Can everyone please find their seats? We're going to reconvene the meeting. If anyone has anything in Johnson Hall, can you please bring it back out? We're trying to get that room set up for the counting of the ballots. Okay, we're going to start off with the pastor's report. Dedhai, please come up.
Thank you, Dean. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I thought I was up here by myself. Pastor's report is on from page 6 to 16. Normally, I go page by page. I'm not going to do that this time. I figured I'll do more of a PowerPoint. And anyone wants to ask any questions from the report, please do at the end. I sat at my computer and in my phone, and my phone is more of a camera now than a phone actually, and I just pulled out pictures from the past year, just to see where we were, what we did. And there was so much to choose from, I had to cut and paste and like, no, this is more important than that, whatever. But this is a collage of what we went through in what we experienced here at Holy Trinity over the past year. And I'll just go across really very quickly. We have lock-ins that our ACYA comes in church in the middle of the night and they stay overnight for spiritual development, and they end up with a prayer service where they pray for each other. All right, it's very powerful when you experience that. They light a candle for one another, and they bring light to their neighbor, their life. We had the clothing drive, which I'll talk about much more later. The clothing drive is, I think, one of the many strong points that stick out for me from this 2024. The middle picture, now who's that young man? That middle picture of that dark-haired young man took place, who is that? Yeah, it took place 30 years ago. So this is my 30th anniversary. So I said, this is part of what the pastor went through. We celebrated 30 years of priesthood. Next to it is Dermampre with Mesrop Serbaz on our primate. Dermampre, our former pastor, was named Armenian of the Year by the diocese this year at the annual assembly, and that's something we should be applauding. Yeah, he left. I wish he was here. I believe he left. Yeah. Baptisms take place, and it's become customary where the families say, after I say goodbye, Dedhai, we're going to take our selfie, and it became this like little thing. Over here on the second row, our TLC, our women's group, is growing in their activities and in their numbers. I'd like to see much more. I would love to see more activities and more participation. But the programs that they're doing are very, very interesting and engaging. So I want to thank those. And Allison, you can talk about who they are when you give your little talk, all right, about the TLC. The middle picture in the center of the center row is our music ministry program here at Holy Trinity that we started, talked about last year. I'll talk more about that. Then we discussed last year, I want to have a young couples gathering periodically at Holy Trinity, get our young couples to know each other more than just seeing each other in Sunday school as they drop off their children. We had the first one hosted by Chris and Kim Tashin at their beautiful home. And those who were, I had a parameter to work with. X number of families, X number of couples could fit in there. You can't do the whole thing. But so we started with those who are relatively active or around most often, and they have a desire to meet every 3-4 months, every 2 to 4 months. The next one was scheduled to be in February. We had to postpone that, but we are considering a spring gathering. And I love just the energy and love that they want to be together. It's such a powerful experience. Then we have our picnic picture. This is one of my favorite picnic pictures, right? I got embarrassed of. We have our Trinity Kids Place. That's growing. I'll talk more about that. We have our Bazaar chairman. We went from 1 to 2. We have our 6 newly ordained deacons. The reason, I know they were in January ordained, but their training took place in 2024, in 2023 as well. They spent almost 2 years preparing for that day. I'll talk much more about that next year. And of course, the bazaar preparation this year became very creative, that this hall on one day, right after church, was filled. There were tables of people working for the betterment in preparation of the bazaar. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to our office staff. Our office staff, I need to stop, to pause and say, ladies who work there with such dedication and such love in their heart, who work there on Saturdays, who I find there on Friday evenings when they should be with their families. Saturday when I come in, I come downstairs to my office and I see there are people here working. I have to applaud them. The amount of work that was put into, yes, they deserve it. The amount of work that they poured into the gala preparation, the anniversary, the gala event, the 100th anniversary book. Did you enjoy that book? It doesn't happen easily, right? It happened because, I'm going to say it, Allison and Lori were leading the charge, but there's others too. There's Anush and Kiborg helped out too. Certainly, June, you became a volunteer full-time at one point here, you know, and I shouldn't say names, but these are people we need to say thank you to, and so many others. Yeah. I want to bring to your attention too, and we'll hear much more about this in the parish council report, but there's a trend in our membership that we calculated this year. Lori had a slide up in the beginning of the day. We're up, what was it, 15%? We're back to where we are now, not scrambling. We're now in a very healthy place, but we can only grow from here. And we're going to do that with a membership committee. I'll give you an example of how I reached out. I know so many others did as well. I'm not taking credit for it. I'm just going to let you know what I did. I don't know why my nose is running here. When I drive home, I have an option of listening to radio or calling people. Every other day, thank you, Dave. Every other day I call people when I drive home. And for several times towards the end of the year, I called people to ask about renewing their membership. And do you know what I was told by more times than not? That I forgot. It got buried. I'm like, okay, I understand that. My mail piles up in my kitchen on the table too, and it gets buried. Could you do us a favor and just renew it? Because we need your affirmation, we need your support. Yes, Dead High, no problem. I calculated 29 people just from those phone calls, right? We can all do that, and our membership committee is going to run with that. Maria, I know, is taking notes here, but it's great to have you on board for that, Maria, and your committee. So that's the first time since the 1990s that I recall having a membership committee. So I'm very grateful for that. Here's a trend that's happening that to me, it's unfortunate. Our funerals, although we have as many funerals, who wants funerals? Nobody wants funerals. I wish our funerals went down, right? Our funerals in the sanctuary have gone down. What do I mean by that? We have as many funerals as we have in the past, but people are opting to have a funeral at the gravesite or at the funeral home and not in the sanctuary, which is part of our tradition. And there are various reasons. Some is financial, some is I don't have enough people to invite to a funeral, and I get those things, right? I've been to funerals where it's just myself, the deacon, and one person, you know, and it's hard for that family. However, I think we need to remind ourselves what our traditions are, right? And when a funeral home labels themselves as a chapel, neither I nor any other church can say that we can't have it there. We can have it there, but this is the reason this church was built, is that we bring our loved ones for baptisms, for weddings, for sacraments of Holy Communion, and for burial, right? And that's what we should be doing. So our numbers are the same, but I'm noticing that, and I know it's not just us. I talked to the other clergy, especially in the New England area, and they're all saying the same thing. So it's just a cultural thing. Maybe this is left over in our minds from COVID. I don't know. When we couldn't come to church for funerals. But I would love to see us go backwards and go back to our traditions on that. Our successes, you can go to the next one. Our successes in 2024, I'm going to label a bunch of them. We had a clothing drive that brought compassion and love to our brothers and sisters deported from Artsakh with the distribution of winter clothes. I want to stand here and applaud this parish. I want to say thank you for doing what you did. Shia Hall was filled from floor to ceiling with boxes and clothes, and we had to go outside to our parking lot and put a tent up to receive all the clothes that came in from Holy Trinity parishioners, from St. James parishioners in other churches in New England, and from neighborhood, people in the neighborhood. I was really pleased to see that they noticed there's something going on in the corner of our parking lot, and they inquired, and a day or two later, they came with bags of clothes as well. And that was just a beautiful thing. That's putting our faith into action, right? When Christ says, feed those who are hungry, give drink to those who are thirsty, clothe the naked, right? That's what we did. There was this man's picture. I had to leave this up here. This man's picture, I'll never forget his face. He's smiling. You can't see, it's too small of a photo, but he's literally beaming from ear to ear because he had no winter coat, right? And for the first time since he had to forcibly leave his house, he received a coat for free from someone he doesn't even know, right? And that's all of you, right? There was another boy who was 9 years old, and he came in the middle of winter, it was January, in the Arctic weather of southern Armenia, of Goris, which is extremely cold. He had a fall jacket on, and I said, what can we get you? He said, not for me, it's for my mother. When my mother prepared myself and my siblings to leave Artsakh, she didn't take care of herself. She put the coats onto us and boots onto our feet, and then she rushed us out the door so we can get in caravan and drive and be hauled out of our country, right? Leaving herself with not a jacket on her back and only slippers on her feet, right? He said, I want slippers for winter boots for my mother. And we did that, right? Try not to cry when you give a little boy a gift like that for his mother. I mentioned we trained our altar servers to become full deacons. There's 6 of them, and it's wonderful that there's such knowledge in there. And is Deacon Greg here? Recording, or is he inside? I want to say thank you to Deacon Greg. Deacon Greg teaches from his heart. He teaches from his heart, and these boys look up to him. And I know Armin as well, no question about it. And they learn from the older ones down. But Greg, you're the one who sets the tone. And I want us all to realize that this year, I did some calculations. People ask me, there's a case outside our choir room that's dedicated to Greg. Why is that? And I said, you know what? Greg Krikorian is the longest serving deacon that the Holy Trinity Armenian Church has ever known. Over 60 years. This is his 60th year of serving the Holy Trinity Armenian Church. That alone says it, that you left your mark on this parish, Greg. And that's why your plaque is done up that way. You're an example for all of us. Our trust fund. I spoke to Aaron the other day. I said, Aaron, I can look at my report. Tell me again, what's our market value? He said, it's 12.455. 12,455,000 plus. He gave me the exact number, down to the penny. And I was calculating in my head that I remember coming to Holy Trinity, our trust fund was 4.1 million. Today in 2025, he's telling me it's over 15.4 million. 15.4 million. Out of the generosity of our parishioners, people who see something at Holy Trinity that they like, and they leave their estate to us, people we don't know. I'll talk about this big donor we had recently later on. Our bazaars and our picnics are attracting more people and support from our parish, more people from the neighborhoods, from other churches. I want to thank our chairman of our bazaars, our chairmen, the 2 Gregs. One's already still working on his next project over there. Where's Greg Collegian? In the back there. And I want to thank Richard, and I want to thank John for what you do for the picnic. The picnic has grown exponentially, and this year we had Bernie. You gave such a wonderful way of enhancing our picnic with your paintings. Thank you for supporting Holy Trinity. That combination of energy brought in a very successful couple events in our church, and I thank you all for being part of that. Our golf tournament, this is the only picture I could find from our golf tournament, Danny. That's why you and I are kind of highlighted there. But it's a good picture, right? It's a happy day. It's a day where people come together. This year we honored Dr. Jack and Nancy Kusarj. And I saw Nancy. She's still here? She left, she had to leave? Okay. And I know there's plans underway for already. I spoke to Aaron the other day for this coming year. Next slide. Continue our successes. We have the largest ACYOA in New England, right? When I came as a child, we had, Valerie, you remember this, Arlene, you were here somewhere, Dean, you'll remember this. We had about 40 people in our ACYOA. That was pretty good, not bad. And it went down, right, over time. It's now at 57, if I remember correctly, just for the juniors, and there's about 20 affiliated with our seniors, and that's a great thing, and we're going to keep working with them to strengthen their presence. I felt their presence here in the church, strengthen their presence here in our parish, and also get their parents to now strengthen their involvement in our parish as well. That's the goal for our ACYOA program, on top of what we do for their ministry. And when I mean that is the retreats and the lock-ins, that's going to continue, involve them in our bazaars and our whatever we can do with them is going to continue. Our Sunday school and our Armenian school, they're growing. Our Sunday school is drawing the attention of families from parishes in the greater community. Yanis can tell me, I just met a new family today, 6 months into our season. Well, wonderful. They came to register their child because they heard something. Our Armenian school has become financially independent. Where's Naida? She's here somewhere. Naida is very creative how she approaches funding the Armenian school with movies and ways to engage the community, and she's done a wonderful job with that. She works with the parish council to do that. Naida, thank you for continuing what you're doing, your dedication. I know your mother would be very proud of her daughter as she continues the legacy of educating our children in the language and culture of our people. Our Trinity Kids Place, yeah, deserves it. Our Trinity Kids Place sells out within 2 weeks of the notice. We learned the hard way that we have to have a window of like a week where our parishioners can register their children and then open up to the greater community. It sells out every single year within 2 weeks of being announced, and is introducing new families to our parish, which will fund and feed the Armenian school and Sunday school. I'm so proud of this. Next one is Christmas Eve service. We started about 6 years ago with 50 people, 35 to 50, something like that. These last number of years, we have over 300 people coming. You see a picture of Marilyn Takvorian up in the corner. And I love that picture because Marilyn says, I'll do a Bible reading that night, and if you come, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I want to do it with my granddaughters. So she brings her granddaughters up, and they take turns splitting up the Bible reading. And that's her witnessing her faith to the next generation, and how wonderful and beautiful that is, right? She's passing on the tradition of reading the Bible to her granddaughters. Our parish pilgrimages are continuing, and they're successful. This year, in 2023, we had one. This year, we have one scheduled to leave end of June to mid-July. We have 30 people signed up for that. That's wonderful. And the music ministry, as I mentioned. The music ministry, I think, is beneficial in many, many ways here. That we are going to tap into and continue to tap into. We have such talent in our singers here from Hayastan that we have to start utilizing their abilities to bring awareness to our church, to the greater community. I went to seminary in New York, and we would go every year, several times a year, to different cathedrals, St. John the Divine, St. Patrick's, and there would be concerts on a regular basis that people pay money for just to listen to. And I know that we don't like to put a dollar figure on our concerts, but this year we started. And nominal amount, we raised $780, right? The first time we did that, it was unfortunately during school vacation week. It was scheduled to be well before that, but it was a snow day. We couldn't meet in early February. So we know we were hurt by that, but we still, we drew a profit into it. I know that it's drawing the attention of the Armenian and non-Armenian communities, and we're going to keep growing that because I think there's something to be said and something to be had there. I am hopeful, and I'll work with Allison to do this, that we have Benjamin Zander come and give a concert in 2025, and that should potentially put us where I would love to see our parish in the music ministry program, put us on a level where the non-Armenian community recognizes Holy Trinity as a place where music is appreciated from all cultures and backgrounds. And I think, Valerie, you and I were talking about how we can work on that perhaps as well. So we'll talk about that more. Let's go to the next one. Thank you, Lori. Our successes in social media through the presence, and Lori, correct me if I miss any of these things. Facebook, Instagram, websites, Tribune. Do you get the Tribune? You like the Tribune on Thursdays? Is it helpful to you? Do you read it? If not, we can not dedicate as much time, but I thought that would be, we all thought that would be something that we can do to keep the communication going. It gives us an understanding of what's coming up and what has taken place. Our emails, I know Kathy volunteers to do that. She does all the obituaries and does them very, very well. It's important that we have someone to do that. Thank you, Lori, Kathy, for doing that. Our TMU, from my perspective, John, wow, it's rapid growth in 2024. You've done a great job, and you have a lot of support around you. You have a kitchen crew, and a man next to you, Richard, has been guiding you. Who else should I be thanking? Your kitchen crew is always there. It's just doing really well, and people have noticed that, and I feel the difference, and thank you for pouring all that time and effort. I think I see you, and I think of your dad, and he'd be very proud. Very proud. Our TLC, our Trinity Lady Circle, has brought a renewed and creative ministry available to all women of our parish. And I'll just highlight one event. I was floored by that lady from Newcastle who lost a daughter in the school shooting. And I'm thinking, she's at Holy Trinity. Yeah, there was a lot of religion in that conversation, but it was a very good witness of our faith. And I would hope and pray we do more of those types of things going forward. Our first Wednesdays, I'm going to ask my first Wednesday secretary, June, are we on our 7th year or 8th? 7th year. 7th year, coming to a close in a couple of months. It's a great faith to life conversation. It's not just being rammed down with this is what the church it's an open conversation from everyone around the table, whoever wants to participate or not participate. It's a great thing. I see it going further. I do want to say we are contemplating very strongly to maybe change the time frame from a Wednesday night to a Sunday after church. That has its own complications because Sunday after churches, dead eyes are always baptizing, marrying, this and that, cemetery, whatever. So if we can find, or there's events going on here in the hall, if we can find the ability to maybe even do the winter months on a Sunday, we're going to start looking at that. And I hope if you're here on a Sunday, you give it a shot. You attend. Next slide, please. I want to say that we have caught the attention of our diocese. It's nothing new. We've caught the attention of our diocese as a parish for many years now. And it's nothing that I started. It's just something I've observed. They turn to us, their departments turn to us for ACYA programs and advice, for lock-ins and retreats. They turn to us for Sunday school programs. They turn to us for our speaker programs that we have, especially the collegiate speakers here, the Dr. Michael and Joyce collegiate speakers. They ask me about how do we do these things, right? We've offered leadership to our diocese, and they notice, and they asked us quite often about it. We have a parishioner who is a vital member of the diocesan council. Where is he? Greg, collegian. We have another member on the governing board of the National Council of Churches. That's Yeretskin. We have our pastor sitting on the Primates Advisory Committee and the Primates Clergy Evaluation Committee. These are ways that we can keep the influence of what we go through and the experience what we have here at Holy Trinity on a bigger scale. We bring it to the diocese. Lastly, as the pastor of the church, I sit on the Mayor's Interfaith Commission. That's a really eye-opening thing when you're sitting with imams and rabbis and all kinds of Christian denominations. And here's this man dressed in, is it up there? Yeah, they're dressed in black with a little white thing around his collar. It's going back to tradition, and they're all in jeans or whatever they're wearing. And you know what? Our faith is relative to today's needs as well, and I make sure they understand that. And oftentimes they ask us to help out in issues that schools are struggling with young people, or families are struggling with, or housing authority issues, or whatever. Next slide. I mentioned our trust fund has grown to the generosity of our parishioners, and I'm humbled that they look for a place to leave their estates, and they do it oftentimes now at Holy Trinity. Thank you very much for their generosity. Ada and I spoke about this. The reason why this lady's picture's up here, her name is Adrienne Tashtian. Adrienne Tashtian was someone I met here in the hall during a bazaar about 10 years ago. John Kafan introduced me to her, and she said, "Hey, I want you to get to know this lady." So I went up and I talked to her. She said, "Hi, do you visit people in their homes?" I said, "Of course I do." She said, "Would you come to my home?" I said, "Of course I would." So I went to her home 6 times, 5, 6 times, I lost track. Very humble, very nice lady. And then life took us in different directions. I kind of lost track of her. I find out she died and was buried out of St. James because she was, at one point, a member of St. James. Her family was. And I wish I had known. I would have gone to the funeral. Fast forward, Dan Dorian says to me, "Deadeye, do you ever hear of this woman?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "We're going to receive a large portion of her estate." And it took a while to get there. What, about 2 years? About 2 years, right? We heard nothing except for kind of like, get ready for it, it's coming, right? This woman, this humble lady who I met here at the bazaar, became our greatest benefactor of this church, leaving somewhere over $3.3 million to us. Can you imagine that? On top of an estate of a man who died in Boston, fell and hit his head, Toshchin. Charlie. Left 1.3 million. This is what's happening to our trust fund. So out of the generosity of these people, my God, may they rest in peace. We'll have some way to acknowledge her and mark her and this other gentleman. And those who gave that kind of trust, they should be able to be remembered forever. They changed the course of what we're doing. So when I say our trust fund grew from 12.4 last year to over 15.5 this year, it's largely because of them, right? Our rentals, Allison can talk about that much more. Would you plan on doing that, Allison, or do you want me to just do it? Okay. Our rentals have really taken off. Use of the hall, use of the parking lot, with this Boston Philharmonic across the street, taking advantage of being so close to the man's residence. This hall, several nights a week during a certain season of the year, is like you're sitting in Symphony Hall. I walk through just to listen, right? Our neighbors talk about it. What is that concert you have? It's unbelievable what they are. 99-piece orchestra sitting in here, and there's this man in his 80s sitting there conducting like he's the youngest man in the room, and what energy. So we want to talk to him about how we can utilize that to our benefit as well. And we'll do that this year. One thing that we have noticed is because we're renting the hall, because our budget needs to have more of an income, the hall is less available to our own parish events when we want it to be. So that's something we're struggling with, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure out some kind of balance in there, but we have to look at the greater picture and see, yes, we can find a compromise there. Our 1,000 Club, thank you, Marianne Susurian Lakaruba, Bob Takvorian. I know Bob's here somewhere. And who else do I have to thank, Bob, for that? You have volunteers who help you. Kathy, you're pointing up here. Anush or June? June, our champion volunteer. We should get her a gold star or something. They come every month to draw, to get the mailing out. We have, no question, we have potential to make money there. And I know Bill Martin has brought this up many, many times. There is potential money there. Whether this generation will buy into it as much as the previous, I'm not sure, but we have to find an answer to that, because that's easy money, and it's also going to help our bottom line. So, before I wrap up, and you can turn this slide. Before I wrap up, let's think about why we exist as a parish, why we exist as a house of worship. By asking ourselves, go ahead, Lori, turn the slide. By asking ourselves, what is the difference between a church and a non-spiritual organization? What is it? Anyone, throw it out there. What's the difference? God, faith, family. Turn the slide. Here's the difference. You're all correct. The difference is Christ and the sacred traditions given to us. Right? That's the difference. That we, in our church, are focused on the teachings of Jesus Christ. We bring people to God. We worship, we build faith, hope, and love. We offer Holy Communion, the presence of Jesus in our lives today. We offer compassion and teach it to the next generations. We are understanding. We build up his people. We never tear them down. We bring people to the light of God. That's why we're different. And we need to remind ourselves of that. And that we're called to do that, as is written across the altar of our church, to follow him and his ways. Everything can't be the bottom line. Everything can't be the bottom line. It is more important for me to see a child educated in the faith than it is to know how many loches we sold at the bazaar or picnic. Those are important, no question. Those are important. The child's life is far more important. The salvation of that child and his family or her family is far more important. Teaching a child our heritage, our language is far more important. We are rooted in tradition. I put a picture of Echmiadzin up there for a reason. We're rooted in tradition that is unchangeable, that has been here long before we were here, and will be here long after we're gone. There's a tradition given to us through Holy Echmiadzin, through Krikor Lusavorich's teachings, through Gregory Naregatsi's teachings, Gregory Datev's teachings, the Catholicos. And the Catholicos has been talking to the primates of the diocese, around the world in different dioceses. And the primates of our diocese are now cranking down to see what's going on in the world of the Armenians in the diaspora and in the land of Armenia in a spiritual sense. And they've noticed that there is a modern day phenomena going on in parish life. Turn the slide, please. This is what they've discovered. That if everything in our parish, and there's many other things we can add to this, but this slide's only so big I couldn't do it all. Our organizations are very important, right? It brings community together. Our stewardship and our trust fund very important, right? Secures tomorrow and today. Our budgets are important, gives us focus. Our Sunday school is important for reasons I said. Our parish council guides and takes care of the needs of the parish and the parishioners. Our facilities are a house of worship, our community. They built this hall for a reason. We have to take care of it. We have to care for it because it's our community center, right? Our Armenian school is crucial to who we are in our identity. Our events are important. Our outreach is important to bring in those who have disappeared over the time and those who have never been here before. Our outreach is important. And we are focused on Christ and the Badarak. Those things support Christ in the Badarak. And Christ in the Badarak feeds all those organizations, all those other bullet points. This is what parish life has done in Armenian tradition. Turn the slide, please. This is what they've discovered in parish life, at least in our diocese. Our Christ and our Badarak is just one of the things we do. Sunday school is just one of the things we do. Do we have the funds for it? That's our focus of our conversations all the time. Our agenda, I understand it's important. I understand it's important, but we can do better. We are not an organization. We're not a Sky Rise somewhere in Boston. We are a church. And we've been given the right to be a church, the commandment to be a church, to take care of our people spiritually and culturally. We are someone who, an entity that needs to be different in the world because what's happening in the world outside is killing our people, right? It's like morally decrepit world out there. They come here to be built up. Not to talk about how many this or that we sold or this or that we're going to do. They come here to receive the body and blood of Christ in many different ways. Through the ear when we read the scripture, through education in our schools, through Holy Communion. I needed to say this year. We are losing who we are. Go back to the other slide. That's who we are as an Armenian church. That's who our parents and grandparents were, and that's what the model is that they gave us. The worship life feeds the rest of the parish. And we have to say, well, if we don't have money, we can't do it. Yeah, if we don't have money, we can't do it. Let's get people to want to give, right? Because what they receive spiritually from the church is far more important, and they'll notice that. It's important to say it. Finances and budgets determine our priorities. Our priority has to be given to us from above, and it is. Our house of worship is rooted in Christ. Our house of worship is rooted in tradition. It's not ours to change. It's ours to take care of and preserve and thrive and hand to the next generation. So let's ask ourselves, as we look at 2025, to keep all that in mind and align our thinking that way, let's ask ourselves the next slide. How would our parish be different tomorrow if all ministries in the church thought this way? That the purpose of our events, our organizations, and our programs is to bring our people closer to Christ. The purpose of our worship is to bring people closer to Christ. The purpose of our stewardship program is to bring people closer to Christ. The purpose of our buildings and office complex is to bring people closer to Christ. The purpose of our parish assembly and parish council is to bring people closer to Christ. That's what we do. How would our church be different if we did that? So turn the slide, please, Lori. Our focus in 2025, from my perspective as the pastor, as the one who sits as the president of the parish assembly, as the one you all brought in here, is to focus on answering this question. How can we bring people closer to Christ? That's what I want to focus on in 2025. That is a picture of the Inglesia Michaelian family. I look at that from time to time as an inspiration because that's Vartan and Takuhi's family, their greater family. They have baptized their 7th children here in this church. Amazing. One last one I want to share. That was it. That's it for my plea. I want to show that. This is a beautiful, beautiful painting that was added to our sanctuary this year. It was well thought out, well planned, well executed. Valerie Collegian Thayer came to me, and she said, my brother Michael and I want to do something in honor of my parents' anniversary and the 100th anniversary of the church. And we thought about it, what would be the best way to do it. And I mentioned when we consecrated and blessed this painting in December, mid-December, why this was chosen. It's because we had an altar stained glass in Shaman Avenue above the altar of Noah's Ark. 100th anniversary of our Shaman Avenue church, parish. We have now Noah's Ark. It is a spectacular painting, Valerie. Thank you very much for doing that and caring enough to do that. And please convey again to Michael our appreciation for what he did. It's absolutely beautiful. It captures attention. I walk into the church and I stop and I stare at it from all the way from the vestry, the baptistry. When I'm walking, it captures my attention. Absolutely beautiful. So thank you. And then last shot, Lori, again, is the one we started with. A lot of good things. Is there room for improvement? There's always room for improvement. Always. Before I ask Allison to come up, you want to come during my report? A couple things. You're welcome to do that now. If there's any questions, I'll take the questions as she's making her way up. Yes.
Good afternoon. Usually I say a few words, and I know you're all very sad I'm not going to today. I'm going to turn over my time to Erica Morton, who is our front office administrator in the office. She's going to talk to you all about a new donor management system we're putting in place in the office for the parish, and she's going to talk about some of the benefits and the changes that are about to happen. It's really exciting. So she's been instrumental in setting this up, working through transitioning of the data. So I want her to be able to tell all of you and have that moment. And you all will be able to get to know her a little better as well. One quick thing, and it was in the Tribune, and I believe if you've seen it on Facebook, but for those of you who haven't, on February 25th, our Catholicos named Der Vosken Avat Kahana, which is archpriest, as a massive honor for him and his ministry, and obviously an honor for us as Holy Trinity Church to have him here. So just again, a congratulations on that beautiful honor, 30 years in service to the church. Okay, Miss Erica.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I want to say a huge thank you to Allison, Father Vaskin, and the Parish Council for going along with basically my plan. So for those who don't know me, my name is Erica Morton. I started in November of 2023, and in early 2024, I took on the role of Office Membership Administrator. I started a process transitioning us to a new membership software package. The goal, of course, was to find a software package that would increase efficiency in the office, as well as serve the parish as a whole, the way Power Church currently does not. Next slide. Our current software, Power Church Plus, uses a database that was not designed with modern families in mind or their needs at all. Reporting for the Parish Council is time-consuming, as the reports don't immediately reflect our individual members. Additionally, the data entry method is opaque, often leading to unintended incorrect data entry. Power Church is also time-consuming. I am currently spending a cumulative 1.5 days per month running and processing reports for our Parish Council. My current calculation for data entry into Power Church is a cumulative 2 work weeks per month from November to April, and 1 week per month from April to October. Our current office database system is comprised of various databases kept separately and not cross-referenced. Many of our databases in the office are simply lists and collections of forms. We also lack consistency between these databases and lists, and it leads to a great deal of miscommunication and incorrect clarity. Moving to a single source of truth will help us better serve you, our community, our parish. Next slide. Our new software suite is the Bloomerang suite of softwares, Donor, QGive, and Volunteer. Donor is a robust, customizable database. It will standardize processes, automate systems, and centralize our data. All of these are necessary steps to bring Holy Trinity into the future. QGive is the financial side, handling donations more smoothly for both office and our parishioners, and providing faster and more accurate reporting at all levels. Volunteer is a robust tracking software that gives both the office and the parishioners more control. We're moving to a system that works for us, not against us, and that can be customized to grow with us. This allows our office to better meet you, our parishioners, where you are, and serve you better. Automating processes with this software suite will lead to more efficiencies in the office, saving upwards of 15 hours per month for just my desk. Just the front office, not even counting the whole parish. Next slide. There are numerous benefits to Donor as a software solution. Each parishioner will have their own profile, and each member will have their own member number. leading to more accurate reporting and a better idea of what the shape of our parish actually is. It leads to better reporting, which means we can give you more accurate data. Families will be linked more efficiently and without redundant entries. Integrated email gives parishioners more flexibility in how they receive correspondence. And this will track all donations to the church, not just membership and stewardship as is our current system. Donations for the bazaar, for the golf tournament, for the picnic, for everything. Additionally, donors will be able to request a report of all of their donations at the end of the year for tax purposes. Next slide. QGive is a more secure donations form solution that features mobile integration for smoother and more streamlined process. This has a wider use than just membership and stewardship, and that was one of the core desires for the new software system. Something that the whole church can use, not just the front office from membership administration. ACYOA will benefit from this. The bazaar will benefit from this. All facets of the church. Users will also be able to create a profile to save their payment information for future donations to the parish. Next slide. Volunteer is a software solution that honestly we have needed for a very long time. Our staff will be able to schedule various positions and events at once, broken out by location, and the form has more flexibility to collect the information that we actually need from our volunteers. The volunteers themselves will actually have their own profile, which means you will be able to manage your schedule. You will be able to make sure that the information put into the form is the information that is actually correct for you. And this all links directly back to the donor profile in the donor software. Next slide. In January 2025, we acquired the software suite, and in February, we started the data migration process. We anticipate that this switchover date will be April 15th. PowerChurch Plus database will remain active until late 2025 to ensure data integrity. After December 31st, 2025, the database will be archived at the parish office. The Bloomerang data management team and support is handling the migration of our data. Our next milestone is March 25th, and that will be database validation, data review, and verification. The database validation stage is when our data, in their format, comes back to the office for review. This is to ensure that the mapping that we set forward for the database actually got implemented the way we wanted to, that everybody's data came cleanly into the new system, and that there are no incorrect entries or duplications. I will not be doing this process alone. There will be a team of many people to help look at this because more eyes never hurts. Next slide. This is where I'm going to need your help. As far as I'm aware, a parish census has not been done in many, many years. Later this year, we're going to be sending out information cards to hold an actual parish census. We can't serve you and see the future of what your needs are going to be unless we know who our people are. We need to do a census. Next slide. So what does this mean for all of you as parishioners? Our new online membership donation form will make it easier to pay for multiple memberships, will be more clear in how to indicate who is an adult member and who is a young adult member. It will be easier to choose the amount that you want for your stewardship. This will also feature auto-generated personalized donation acknowledgement letters, creating efficiencies in the office by allowing you to choose whether you would like that via email or a physical letter. Implementing the software as a whole, it's not just this part, but the software as a whole allows us to save time so we can serve you better. Next slide. Are there any questions? Yes. No, never. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, so your paid members within the church currently have a profile within Power Church Plus that is your name, your address, contact information of some sort, usually phone number and or email, and a record of the donations that you've given. That will be the only information we keep going forward. No other information will be collected for this purpose. Your social security number is yours and I don't want it. From a security standpoint, moving from a database that is not password protected, that lives on my computer, so if literally anybody goes in and unlocks my computer, they can see everything. Moving to something that is user login based, but also read protected based, which means I will have access to change things, but a volunteer who's looking at it will not. Means that your data is far more secure. All of this is stored on the cloud behind multiple layers of security and two-factor authentication. Any other questions? Sure. Right. Single source of truth. Yeah, the centralization of facets within the church has not happened before. This software will really give a more rounded vision of who we are serving, and honestly, it can only get better. Yes?
At what point will you have a backup?
A backup of what?
Another person that
Oh, that has already been planned. I will not be the only person with edit access. We will be training 8 separate people in the office and the parish council to handle the data entry system. There will also be multiple people who have access to read the database itself. You're welcome. Anything else? Yes.
does it come with support such as hookups?
Yes, it comes with 24/7 support, Eastern time zone. So all of our support people will be in our time zone, which means we don't have to try and figure out what time is it in California or India. Additionally, we have phone support and text support. There is literally a help chat bot right there. That is a person, not a bot. Yes? Donor profile. All of that will be in the donor profile.
Will also stay on ledgers too.
Oh, yes. I mean, obviously, we'll be in the ledgers as well. But from the software standpoint, that will be in your donor profile. Everything from in lieu of flowers to Yugakin to all of it. All of that will be in your donor profile. Any other questions? Yes? No. So we are not the only church to use this. St. James, I think, also uses QGive. This is not diocese-based, so the diocese will not be receiving our database or access therein. It is just us. That's a great question, and I don't handle that, so I don't know. Sure.
So yearly, the diocese requests from us our membership number, and as far as I know, it's the number of members that we have. So everybody here is a number to the diocese, in a way. And our parish council, our diocesan delegates, of course, their information is given to the diocese. Oh yeah, minutes from the meeting. And then we have a financial report that you have in your hands. The diocese gets the financial reports and a set of questions that they present to us. But from an individual person standpoint, it's just how many of you are all members.
Presently, what is our number?
430 is our
Yeah.
current member number.
I think so. I know it's written down in there. I didn't have to memorize it because we wrote it down. Are there any other questions? Yes? Outline the costs. I did not bring any of the financials for
Okay.
this. I can give you rough operating costs. It's roughly $3,000 per year for the hosting and the maintenance of the database. We are well under the tier breakdown for them. We are firmly in the first tier. We would have to basically quadruple at least to fall into the next higher payment tier, which would be awesome if it happened, but also, let's be realistic. From a financial standpoint, it is an expenditure of money. We do not currently pay anything to maintain Power Church. However, moving to something like this, reducing expenses in the office because of the efficiencies we're bringing in, moving to things like email, which will save postage, paper, etc., the saving, it really does about level out.
And also, just part of the modeling for it is that it'll help us grow stewardship as well. So
Right.
as long as we're on top of that, we'll be able to do some of the things that we always talk about, like recurring payments or setting up auto payments and things like that. So we do plan to get a little bit of a bump on the stewardship income. Here's the information house.
On their secure servers.
The server.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. The information is hosted through Bloomerang's servers, so it is not hosted at Holy Trinity. There are multiple backup locations, though, so if one data center goes down, we are not without our data.
Say again?
No. Right. Yeah, it's mostly just the training. The 24/7 does come with it. So, yeah. Yeah, the 24/7 comes with it. Yes. So Bloomerang uses WorldPay as their credit card processor. So we will be transitioning to use WorldPay through Bloomerang softwares. All the credit card transactions happen on their side. We simply receive the data and the money. For the user, to set up a user profile to make reoccurring payments, that entirely happens on their side. We will not have your credit card information. You can't call the church and be like, hey, just run my card for membership. I can't do that. We won't have that information. It is hosted securely on their servers the way it does with anywhere else you have your credit card stored. Yeah, absolutely. No, you never have to store your credit card. Yeah, it is entirely up to you. Yes? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can pull down a copy of our database whenever I want. I don't even have to go to them to do it. Yes? So that is the data migration that I was talking about. All of our legacy data will be in the new system. I will be able to look at anybody's profile and see their donations back to literally whenever they started donating. Yes. So we are at stage 3 in that process right now. On the 25th, I'm going to be meeting with the migration team. They're going to give me a copy of the database as it exists for them currently. I will go through it with my team to make sure that everything came through okay. I will then go back to them with any updates or corrections that need to be made. They will make those corrections, and then I will send them a final copy of our current Power Church database. They will take that data, put it into the new system, and we will go live. I will still have the Power Church database as it exists at the time I send them that information. So we are not losing any data in any way, shape, or form. I will have access to Power Church until the day that it stops being supported by a Windows operating system. So data loss is not even really a thing on the table because it's not really possible. Any other questions? Right. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Everyone have a great day.
If anyone has any more questions, you can follow up with Allison, please. Deadhead, one more last.
Yeah, so the wrap up of the pastor's report in that, thank you, by the way, Erica, for that. I want to thank our staff by name. The one who leads the charge is Allison Nikijian. She's our executive director. She does what she does as a part-time person. Part-time in literally in every aspect of our parish. Thank you for doing what you do and keeping our spirits up when we need to have them up. Our Director of Youth Ministries, Yereski Narpi, just came in. Thank you for what you're doing. She was in a meeting downstairs. Linda Upkarin, where's Linda? She's counting votes. I think when she comes through here, we should give her a standing ovation because she retired at the end of last year, and she was really she had such institutional knowledge, and always is a pleasure to work with. Erica Morton, you just heard, has been a breath of fresh air. Where are you? There you are. Thank you. Really a challenge. You just go forward and do it. Good for you. Ashley Dorian Martin, where's Ashley? She was in the back. She left? Please give her our love and thanks for what she does. Carol Nathan is our bookkeeper, administrator. Carol's not with us today, right? No. Lori Dorian, who is our communications person, our public relations, and our office administrator. I want to thank our auditors who do a job at the end of the year, but a very important job. Our nominating committee, it's fun to work with them, but it's not easy to be them. So when they come out, we should give them a standing ovation as well. The members of our parish council, it's just, the dedication of our parish council is amazing, how they do it, Sunday after Sunday, monthly meetings twice a month. It's just wonderful to have this kind of caliber parish council members, so thank you all. In our custodian, Harut, who is here all the time, day and night, as we fill up the calendar to rent this hall, he's here for every one of those events. So think about the time he gives us. Our volunteers in the office who come in, our volunteers in our church schools, our staff, all those who volunteer their time throughout the year in all quiet ways that we don't even know. Those who help cook the meals that we take for granted. Those who help us do little errands along the way, do the shopping for, thank you. Those who support our bazaars and picnics, thank you so much for what you do. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deadhead. Can I take a motion to accept the the pastor's report? Thank you. Okay, approved. We're going to take a 5-minute quick break and then reconvene.
If anyone is here today who did not receive the 100th anniversary booklet, if you were not at the gala or if you were and you didn't get a copy, please just come up and see me. I'm happy to give you one of the beautiful 100th anniversary booklets that we have available. Hi again, everybody. While you're waiting for the last part of our break, I've been asked to make an announcement. Of course, it's not an Armenian gathering unless there's food available. So there is some trays of nut kadaif, some cream kadaif, spinach boreg, pachlava, and rojig, all available for purchase. If anybody is interested in any of those items, see Marilyn Takvorian, who's right there in the back, and let her know what you'd like. Again, rojig, pachlava, spinach boreg, cream kadaif, and nut kadaif. Syrup will be included.
Can I ask everyone to retake their seats and we can get started again? Okay, we're going to restart the meeting, and we're going to begin with the Parish Council report. Ara, you can please come on up.
Thank you, Dean. Before I get started, I would just like to start by giving my thanks and my gratitude. Dervasken, thank you for all of your support this year in my role as Parish Council Chairman. Allison, everyone at the office, we could not have done half of the things that we've done without the support of everyone in the office. I'd like to thank my fellow parish councilors for all of the hard work that everybody's done. I'd like to thank our diocesan delegates for staying involved in our parish council meetings. Your wisdom has been extremely valuable to us throughout the year. I'd like to thank all of the leaders of our organizations. I'm not going to name them, but they've all been absolutely wonderful all year in their dedication in keeping our church organizations thriving, growing, and continuing to, make our community even stronger. But most of all, I have to thank everyone here and all of our parishioners, everyone that comes to church on Sunday, everybody that comes to our events, everybody that comes to all of our meetings. I have to thank you because we are here in the Parish Council to represent you, our parishioners. And so everything that we do is with our parish and for the benefit of our parish and for our parish parishioners and for the benefit of the church and for Holy Trinity. So thank you very much. Being Parish Council Chairman has been the honor of my life. It is something that I took very, very seriously, and the fact that I get to work for or I get to contribute to my community and serve my community for a place that I love and for people that I love, it is truly the honor of my life. So thank you. So let me first start with a little bit of background on what we're on the parish council and what we've been working on. You've all seen on page 17, you've seen the parish council report, and there's just a lot to take in on all the work that we've done, all of the events that we've worked on this year, and everything that we've gotten to where we are today. But so what I'll do for this presentation is talk a little bit about the high-level areas of focus, the strategic focus of the parish council for the last year. And could you go to the next one? So, as the parish council, we are focused a lot on the operations of the church, on the financial well-being of the church, and making sure that the church structures. One of the most important parts of the bylaws states that the parish council is responsible for the structure of the church, and making sure that the church is set up to be taken care of today and into the future. So I'll just talk a little bit about the 3 areas of focus. The first was to develop practical policies and procedures. The whole idea of creating policies and procedures is to simplify our operations and simplify the way that we do things, because when we are able to standardize some of our processes, it just makes things it makes us get things done a lot more quickly. We also focused on creating committees to help leverage talent and passion of our parishioners. The greatest asset that we have here at Holy Trinity are the people. And what we strive to do is to get non-parish council members, or to build up committees with non-parish council members, so that they can add their expertise and also share in the burden of the work that needs to be done to keep our beloved Holy Trinity operating and functioning at a high level. And the third focus was the capital improvement plan for all of our structures. We want to make sure that when we leave Holy Trinity, and that we are keeping Holy Trinity ready for the next generation to be able to. We want to leave it in good hands so that the next generation can have all of the benefits that we have had being in Holy Trinity. So, next one. So, without boring everybody too much on policies and procedures, I'm sure that's not the most exciting thing on a Sunday afternoon, but from the last parish assembly, the parish council had come up with a set of policies on how to protect cash assets to make sure that they are FDIC insured, how to deal with large bequeaths and gifts that come to the church to make sure that a proportion of that goes to the trust fund, as Der Vaskin had mentioned. Building out a robust committee and liaison policy, and having, again, strong members of our community to help take leadership roles in the administration of the church. Developing an annual calendar so that we are able to look forward into the year and be able to schedule events as needed. And a big thanks to Erica for helping us to develop that in the office. A budget policy and procedure, something that we'll talk about a little bit later. We worked hard to begin our budgeting process a little bit earlier this year so that we were able to really dive into each of the line items, so that everything that we put in front of you today at the budget, when we adopt the budget, you can understand that there was quite a bit of thought that went into that. And then a human resources and hiring policy. And the idea is, how do we set it up so that the human resources policy is consistent with the budget? And then how do we help Allison, the executive director, to build out a robust human resources policy manual so that it makes it easier for the, for the office to operate, to hire new people. Next one. So let me start with strategic committees. So something that we're going to do that's a little bit different today is we're going to have some of the members of our strategic committees do part of the presentation and talk about what it is that they've been, what they are doing. So they will follow my portion of the presentation. So the first one that we formalized was the Buildings and Grounds Committee. Again, that's led by John Marsubian and Richie Duranian, and Ara Dermovsesian is our liaison to them. Our membership committee, which is led by Maria Teeger, and the liaison is Barbara Jacob to the Parish Council. And Information Technology, which is our newest committee leader, is Matt Keller, and with Susanna Sukiasian as the Parish Council liaison. So we spent the good part of 2024 defining these committees and recruiting people for these committees and working with them to get started so that they themselves can actually recruit people and help out. And I can tell you that the work that has been done so far by all of our committee heads is tremendous, and we are in a much better place because of the work that they've done. Thank you. So some of the other committees that we do look to, the Parish Council should be looking to build out a Parishioner Relations Committee, a Business Roundtable, something that I think has been something that has been talked about for a couple of years now, and then others that the Parish Council determines would be helpful to our parish. Next one. And then the capital improvement plan. So just a little bit of background, because this is actually one of the bigger topics that we'll talk about today, is if everybody, just a little bit of background, if everybody remembers, in 2023, we had a flood, a pipe burst in the parish house. And as a result of that particular issue at the parish house, we made a claim to our insurance company, and then we were actually paid by the insurance company, and as a result of that, our insurance company, at the middle of last year, when it came time for us to renew, because they had to pay so much money for this, for the claim, and also because the inspection that they had done on the parish house had a lot of red flags, they actually had dropped us for a period of time for our insurance. So this was something that was happening, I think, in April or May. So baptism by fire. Well, I shouldn't say that here, but that was, that was, I think, within the first 2 weeks of me. That was within the first 2 weeks of me assuming the role of parish council. So thanks to, a lot of help from John Marsubian, from Bill Melkonian, who has a background, whose family has a background in insurance, we were able to really scramble and be able to get our insurance policy back in place. However, it came at a 21% premium increase, which was something that we had not budgeted for. So that's something that'll show up when we talk a little bit about the financials. So that whole chain of events, as unfortunate as it was, did spark the Parish Council and the Buildings and Grounds Committee to do a very, very detailed and thorough and analytical assessment of all the church grounds. This took maybe about 4 or 5 months to be able to have the inspections commissioned, have them interpreted, and have them quantified, and all of this work in 2024 formed the basis of our capital improvement plan. In addition, this entire process helped us to identify how we can be better stewards of our church grounds and put together a maintenance plan. And also, we created in our budget a much tighter set of contingency funding guidelines for buildings and grounds. So that's something that when John and Richie come up and speak about buildings and grounds, they can talk a little bit more details about that. So again, all of this is driving towards creating a much more precise level of budgeting and capital budgeting, so that we can then act on that in a much more comfortable way. So all of these estimates that were done, the Parish Council validated everything, and then we incorporated all of this into our budgeting process. Next one. So with that, I'm going to just kind of set the table on some of this, so that next up, we'd like to introduce Matt Keller to kind of talk about IT, please.
Thanks, Ara. Hello, everyone. Folks who don't know me or looking at the name Keller, a little confused. Amanda Dorian Keller is my wife. I came into this role really through a conversation with Ara. I was looking to give back, right? You think about today for our family. We got up, the boys put on some nice clothes. They went to a Sunday school where they learned like vital Christian values and stories. I got to go into a beautiful sanctuary where my wife and I were married. And listen to some wisdom from Father Voskin in his sermons. And so, doing that every week puts you in a position where you want to try to find a way to give back in some way. So initially I tried to start a cheese the lush kebab campaign. It absolutely went down in flames. So this is attempt number 2. Information Technology Committee. So, in talking with Ara, and getting a sense for what we're up to here on the office side and kind of all our communications, there's a lot of digital assets, a lot of workflows involved, and that's kind of my background. I spent 20 years in financial technology, so it seemed like an area maybe I could add some value. And if you think about it, just kind of different boxes up here, right? You have stewardships and donations, right? Payments along with that, news and events, spreading the word, RSVPs, web and social media, office workflows and systems, the network and internet. These things, they all run well until they don't, or if you don't have the right security in place, you don't have the right redundancies, backups, those kinds of things. So if we go to the next slide here, that's kind of what I've had to do a lot of in my career in software. I got a degree in computer science, and then from there went into working on investment management systems. So everything for kind of CRMs, like some of what Erica was talking about, to analytics, data integration, AI, and there's a lot of things like here that are relevant, along with data integration from all these different systems. Some of the new ones, great ones coming online, and then a lot of what I've done is understanding these workflows and trying to come up with solutions that help people be more efficient. So with this IT committee leader role, I'm going to work alongside the parish council, specifically Susanna, Allison, her team. I need to, review all the IT systems we have in place, application hardware. There's a lot of it, takes time to even review it, so we're still working on that. I need to develop an IT roadmap and supporting budget. Buildings and grounds seems like is a lot further ahead and has some kind of great best practices for these types of things. We want to bring that into the IT side, and we'd definitely love to hear, your ideas. I mean, if there's content you want to see more of in social media, talk to Lori, of course, but I'd love to hear things too, like different ideas for efficiencies. Please stop and chat. And then I think I can help with providing guidance when important IT issues arise. So it can be tough sometimes. Something comes up, you're talking to an IT vendor, you don't speak the same language. Hopefully I can help Allison and her team navigate those, make sure we're getting good, cost-effective solutions out of our IT support vendor. And then part of it's recruiting parishioners with IT knowledge, interest. If you see any one piece, would love to chat. So we're trying to adopt best practices, enhance efficiency, and stretch our dollars. I think there's a lot of opportunities here, but across infrastructure and network management, we have some pretty vital information. How is that getting backed up today? Is that just on someone's PC, or is it actually getting backed up to tape? Is it getting backed up to the cloud? Cybersecurity, again, that's not important until it is, right? So you always have to have a good posture there. How can we consolidate some of those internal data flows and data storage, and then, make the data we have high quality and accessible. And that's going to take some work to get into all these different areas, but these are kind of some directions that we're going to be working in. Yeah, and then, kind of longer term goals, just general things I'd love to see us make headway on. One is streamlining fundraising and payment experience. I think, for me, for example, if you're going to cut a check for your steward, you see there's fees associated with that. There's some of the payments mechanisms, 3%, right? It will be nice to not have to send, whatever amount to the payment, companies. Maybe we can find a way that's a little bit more cost effective and make it easier. So when people think, oh, I haven't paid that yet, can you go in, check, pay it real quickly? Increase awareness of church events, activities, content, and social media. So, tons of great information out there. But, can we find a way to make it even more accessible to people, meet folks where they are? And that one time you say, geez, I'd like to start getting those updates. Make sure you can click a button, as seamlessly as possible and do that when the inspiration strikes you. And then I think there's a lot of opportunities to increase engagement by nudging staff and parishioners to act based on past data, right? If you made a donation to the bazaar last year, chances are you might consider doing it the same this year, but maybe you'd forget, right? Unless we could say, hey, we saw last year you donated this amount, thanks so much. Would you like to do that again? Or, maybe you paid in a certain time of year. Could we give you a nudge around that time of year? Just a helpful reminder to get the activity we're looking for. And lastly, just a couple of my first recruits here. They're tough to manage, I'll tell you that, but I'm trying to make it productive. If anyone else would like to help out, I'd love to talk to you, so thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. And next up, we'd like to ask Maria. Maria, is she here? Oh, can we ask her to come in for a minute? Yeah. So as Dare Voskin mentioned, this is a new committee also for membership, and the idea, part of it is the infrastructure that Erica that Erica presented to us earlier. But what Maria has been doing is working on a group that will help with outreach to members, and also setting up an annual procedure or an annual calendar of events for membership. So I'm going to let her. She come. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Matt, actually, while we're here? Yeah, sure. No, it didn't. That's correct. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a non-renewal. I'm sorry. Yeah.
At what point can the church go back to the insurance company to lower that premium?
Good.
Do you have to wait until the project is complete? Or once it starts with a signed contract, will that be sufficient?
Good question. So the thinking that the parish council has come up with regarding this is to kick off the most essential repairs to the parish house, and the term is to get it to insurable levels, so that when comes time for the renewal to come due, then we can show them the list of what we're actually doing, and that we're addressing many of the red flags that they had on their list. So, and if I'm correct, we've already started communicating with the insurance company about builder's assessment or builder's risk policy, and then once we actually kick off, we'll be able to talk to them in detail. The idea is that the first year we'll just try to make sure that we have a smooth renewal process, and then after the work is done, the parish house should be in much, much better shape, and then we can possibly even, negotiate and see what better terms we can get from it, so. Ray?
Can you hear? Oops, too loud. You can hear me okay like this? So Barbara and Ada asked this year, brainchild of Parish Council, to start an auxiliary membership committee. And I'm honored to work on this committee with Ann Danielson, Barbara Sarabian, Armina Manukian, and Arlene Kasarjan. And our advisor is the Jarbig Yeretskin Arpi. We're thrilled to have a group of us getting together. We've had one meeting so far. We have another meeting scheduled at the end of this month. We've witnessed a vibrant community of you all that are sitting here, the 100-year anniversary. We raised our kids. They're off at college. We see all these transient college kids coming through here. How do we want to form this membership group? What's our goal? Do we want to do punitive pricing? Do we want to have like tiered pricing for events? Do we want to have membership has its privileges, like membership events? I see a lot of heads nodding. If we want to do that, we'd love your help in throwing these events. It can't be a 5-person event. Our next meeting is, and we've watched Yeretskin grow this ACYOA to record levels, and the Sunday school, which both have tiered pricing. Those are the places where tiered pricing already exists, so she's ahead of the pack. Our next meeting is at the end of the month. We would love for you to join us. We had one meeting here, it was too noisy, so we're gonna go downstairs at the end of the month. Please join us, and if you've received your membership in the mail, please bring that envelope to church, drop it in the banag, or hand it to Allison and her staff, or I guess you can go online and do it. I'm always one to hand a check to save those fees. But please join us at the end of the month to try to keep brainstorming ways to rev up the membership. I know I'm singing with the choir because we're all here right now, but we want your ideas and we'd love your man and woman power to join us. That's it. Any questions for me or anything you want to drop in our ideas right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So next, I'd like to ask John and Richie to come up and talk about buildings and grounds.
Thank you, everyone. So, why doesn't everybody just stand up for a minute and just stretch a little? I mean, because it's been a long but a good meeting, but stand up and just stretch a little bit. Everybody's been sitting here for like 3 hours, I think. So, thank you. You'll feel better, and I'll try and go quickly. I know everybody wants to go. I don't want to shortchange anyone in this presentation, but we'll try and move it along. And if people could save their questions till the end, that would be great. And then if we don't have time, I'm always available. Grab me, call me, email me, whatever. I'm happy to meet anybody and talk to them as well. So first off, the gentleman behind me, Rich Duranian, who I think everybody knows, he's been doing so much work here on this property for many years now. And, talk about a guy that doesn't want recognition. That's Rich to a T. But he knows the property like the back of his hands. And he's very knowledgeable about, what things are, when they were installed, this, that, and the other thing. So he's been very knowledgeable as far as that. So he and I are equal partners on this committee for sure. And we've accomplished a lot together. This hall, Johnson, the vestibule. For as much as you see, there's so much that you don't see that gets done around here. And again, it's not the recognition thing. It's just that look at this property. It's the church building, which when I say the church building is this. which is about 60-plus years old. The parish house in Shai are older, probably over 100 years old or so. But, and those two buildings really are in the worst shape, with some infrastructure needing to be done here. So why don't we start getting into this? So this is kind of where it falls under us. So, you know, Rich and I have taken on the responsibility to make sure that this property is not only maintained well, but that is maintained well for the future as well. Ara mentioned the parish house as far as the insurance goes for that. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. But the insurance companies are canceling people right now, and I'm sure some of the people in this room have experienced that your liability insurance carrier sends you a non-renewal notice, and you don't even have to have a claim in. The insurance inspector, if they come and they walk around and they see stuff and they see too many red flags, they're going to report back to the main insurance company and say, this is a high-risk property, you should stop insuring them, and that's what happens. The claim that we had was really just the trigger. That was kind of like the last straw to it. If we could go to the next slide. Thanks, Laurie. These are some of the projects that we've done, and I won't read down the entire list, but the capital improvement plan and the maintenance plan, again, Rich's knowledge of the property has played so much into this, and the assessment that we had done by the independent inspector that we had walked through all these buildings was really the starting point and how we developed the plan that we have. We're also going to be looking at beautifying the front exterior area beyond Hagobian vestibule with some newer landscaping, newer pavers, newer plantings out there, hopefully some newer trees. If the city of Cambridge will allow us to do that, we'll see what happens. Next slide, please. The roof inspections and repairs, all this stuff, safety equipment installation. Again, there's a lot of stuff that we get into that goes between us and the office, and you know, we get approval on stuff that we do and repairs that we do and the maintenance that we do. So we work pretty closely with the office and again with our dear Movsesian, who is our parish council liaison. Next thing. So a lot of the other things that are maintenance type items, I want to stress the gutter cleanings and minor repairs, minor roof repairs, that would be one time a year. I actually think maybe that should get bumped up to twice a year. But everybody remembers the damage that was in the sanctuary on those two sections of ceilings. Those were from missing slates that had fallen off the roof, and then a couple of cracked ones that had contributed to those repairs. The repairs are simple on the roof. The repairs in the sanctuary are not so simple. So that takes a lot of coordinating, and so that was a pretty major repair that we're looking not to have to repeat again. So we're paying a lot closer attention to roofs and flashings and things of that nature, because it is a real concern with the building. Next slide, please. So the capital improvements that we're talking about, and especially the parish house, since we're getting ready to kick that off in April. I know Iris spoke to a lot of this here already. Again, I'm not going to read off the slide, but there was a building fund campaign that was launched. If anybody is looking to contribute to repairs and certainly renovations, please, by all means, reach out to the office on that. The main insurance repairs that the parish council approved is that number. We'll get into that in a few more slides. And the trust fund, we are gonna continue, Buildings and Grounds will continue to work closely with the parish council to get approval of these projects that we have to do, and collaboratively with the trust fund as well, as we've seen that's been so important for us to do. The parish council meeting is coming up this Tuesday, where Rich and I will be there to present this to the parish council so they can then vote on the rest of the parish house work. Next slide, please. So The priority A is what the parish council had approved. The plumbing systems there, again, I'll spend a minute on this, but the plumbing systems there are a mix of copper and brass piping. A lot of the traps on the source side of the system are not to code. There's a lot of piping in the basement that seems like it's going to nowhere, not being used anymore. The electrical system is a mishmash of more modern wiring, and then what's called knob and tube, which is pretty much a fire hazard. And that was one of the things that was red flagged on the insurance inspector's report. The HVAC systems over there, the boiler is in beautiful condition. The boiler was replaced recently. But the rest of the systems are a mix of warm air and hydronic, and it's just awful over there. And there are areas that don't even have air conditioning. So we're going to completely update the air conditioning and the heating systems, but use the existing boiler that's there. I don't see any cohesive fire alarm or burglar alarm in that building. Those are going to be updated as well. The insulation is going to be updated over there, and there's a lot of opening with the rewiring and the repiping of the plumbing systems. There's going to be a lot of opening of ceilings and walls over there, so there'll be a lot of patching and painting that gets done as well. The priority B parish house is what the parish council will look at on Tuesday, and those are the updates that are on the priority B. And then if we could go to the next slide. The add-on options really are part of the Part B part. And so the Part B part is things like updating bathrooms and kitchens. So what everybody, I just want to explain to everybody that this has been a major undertaking. I think Allison can agree with that we're moving everything out of the parish house, everything. The offices, the office staff, the computers, the printers, the furniture, everything's getting moved out of there. And it will be temporarily over at Shire Hall. But there will not be, safe to assume, another time in our lifetimes that there's not going to be anybody in the parish house. So I would encourage people to look at what needs to be done over there, and then do those things, so that we don't have to come back in a year or 2 or 3 years and have to redo stuff while everybody's moved back in there again and they're trying to do office type work with noise and dust going on. So these are the add-ons that we'll be asking parish council to look at and hopefully approve as well. I can't speak to the trust fund. I think, Ara, you can speak better to that than I can. But there are a number of areas that are rotted over there. The whole outside of it needs to be painted. The AV equipment and the IT equipment is in the basement. I don't know, has anybody been to the basement in the parish house? Okay, so many of you haven't, which is good. Okay, good. So that stuff is sensitive to moisture and dust. It really shouldn't be in the basement. And by the way, it's not a slight to anybody in this room. It was placed there at one point because that was the best place at the time to put it there, excuse me. So I'm not trying to slight anybody in the room for anything that's been done in the past. The repointing of the brickwork is noisy work. We need a couple of lifts over there to do that. The roof should be replaced. The window replacements is interesting. That's a long story, which I'll try and shorten up. The windows that have been replaced with white vinyl windows are cheap windows. We are allowed to replace through the Historical Commission with something that's more historically correct. They would like us to do that. I don't know exactly what that is yet. I haven't met with them yet, but we'll see what happens with that. Next slide. These are only rough budgets for the work that you're seeing that we've come up with a spreadsheet for. Again, rough budgets. We haven't received any pricing for any of this yet. Again, I won't read off the slide. A couple of the key things like the AC systems for the hall, they're very large. They could be expensive. Again, this is just a rough budget number. The boilers, we have 3 Munchkin boilers. Has anybody been in the boiler room here? Yeah, you don't want to go in the boiler room either, but there's 3 boilers down there, and they all have their share of problems at the start of every heating season. So it's like, we're trying to get away from the Band-Aid approach to keep putting Band-Aids on things, and we're trying to actually replace infrastructure. And again, we'll be working with the parish council and also the trust fund to do that. So those have to be replaced. The piping is a nightmare down there, and the electrical system, they don't even make the circuit breakers anymore for the main electrical system that's in the building, although the wiring is fine. The wiring is fine in the building. The other big thing, besides everything else that you're seeing, is the Sunday school radiant heating system. The pipes are starting to deteriorate, so there's a radiant system in the concrete slab that's down there, similar to the church, and the pipes are metal. I don't know if they're copper. They're so corroded I can't even tell. Yeah, so they're starting to corrode. So one zone is off right down there right now, and it's affecting a couple of classrooms at the moment. So we're looking at, again, what is the best approach in terms of abandoning the radiant heat system that's down there completely and getting heating into these classrooms. So we're looking at different options for that as well, but that's another thing that will have to be addressed fairly soon. Next slide, please. So these are, again, you know, looking at Shai Hall, that's in pretty tough condition. There was some damage to the floor system, the joists and the beams, and we have a temporary wall under the kitchen right now because there was termite damage that had happened over the years there, and the floor kept sagging in the kitchen at Shai. So we haven't been able to assess what the actual extent of the damage is there, but we will. That'll be coming up. And then there's other things, again, you know, everything that the parish house needs, Shai Hall needs. So again, the HVAC over there needs to be replaced with new ductwork. Electrical needs to be replaced over there. It's the same vintage buildings, and we've kind of separated into another priority A, priority B. So right now, is this the last slide? Is there another one? Yeah, so right now, our main concentration right now is the parish house, and then again, you know, making sure that we're taking care of everything here. But there'll be, the landscape project will be getting started this year, probably sooner rather than later, and we have 3 quotes for that, so we'll be looking at awarding that to somebody and getting that going out there, and that'll really beautify everything out there. But the parish house is starting right around April 1st, and it's about a 6-month project, and we're gonna try and turn it over to Harut and Allison and the office staff as quickly as we can from there. And that's it. Rich, I don't know if you had anything to add or not?
No, I just wanted to let everyone know how we came to all of these points that John just pointed out. And between himself, myself, whether individually or together, we're here practically every day of the week, meeting with numerous contractors, any kind of handyman. And we've had extensive meetings at the City Hall with every inspector. I was handed a note for what we need approvals for. We've spoken with every inspector in the city, and right now we're, along with the office, we're working with the Historical Society just to tweak what we are allowed to do. But everything else, we have green lights on. We're just chomping at the bit to do this, and without the support initially with the building committee fund during the 100th anniversary, and it started a flow, and that's going to give us along with the trust fund, the means to bring this all to reality, and it needs to be done. Again, anyone who's going to join the tour after this meeting today and can see the infrastructures themselves will see the need of why it's gone this extensively, and then understand the numbers as where they are. And just one last thing, when John's talking about this outside project, which we already have funding for, et cetera, this is, anyone wants to look at it afterwards to show you from here all the way down Spark Street, what we have planned there too. So we've been at it pretty good, and I just want to say with John, he's also running a full-time business, but he loves this church, and He's been here through thick and thin. When he's on vacation, every morning, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, I hear from this man. And we couldn't got this far without Ara. Ara, I can't tell you how many times he's trying to run his own business. And between calls from Indonesia, Vietnam, Hanoi, I used to bomb Hanoi when I was in the war. Now we have a good rapport when I talk to Hanoi. It's a collaborative thing, and that's all I wanted to impress.
Yeah, so thank you, everyone, and thank you for your support, and thank you for understanding the importance of what we have to do here, which is to go through everything and try and, as best we can in the time frame that we can, with the money that we have available, replace things and renovate things, so that they're better for future generations here. And that's it.
John, I've got a question. Do we in fact have a contract in place for pest control for the 3 buildings?
I believe,
At one time it lapsed, and when we were doing the heating renovation project in the sanctuary, we found termites, and we found out that the bill had not been paid, and we weren't covered.
yeah, it was years ago.
Heating renovation project.
Yeah.
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 But the fact of the matter is, we did have a contract. For some reason, it wasn't paid, wasn't renewed, and we weren't covered. So we took care of that, and now we've got Shire Hall with a termite problem.
So at the time when those termites were discovered, John did not have termites covered.
My question was, are all 3 buildings presently covered?
All 3 buildings are present.
Thank you.
For additional termites.
Yes, sir? We're gonna take a very close look at that along with the landscape plan that we're doing. I think, Rich is, actually, you can speak to this, because you had an arborist.
I did have a professional arborist come in and literally inspect every tree on the campus and have an extensive report explaining the ailments, maladies with each one of them. This plan, if you see it, all the trees along Sparks, most, 2/3 the way down, are all gonna be removed, all the large ones. We've spoken to the tree warden, and, we have clearance for this, proper permits are being pulled. So, yeah, we're very cognizant of that. Out of the 5 major trees that are gonna come down, 4 of them are in that category. Which is a danger to the building and also gives us more largesse with what we replace it with. We don't have to go by, they go by the inches and the width. Correct.
Yeah.
They'll be totally stumped out and new ones put in.
We-
They'll
we
be
s-
very mature plantings.
We still have to go in front of the tree commission to
Just
get
to fix
permission,
the
yeah.
finality.
So, there's a lot of commissions in Cambridge. Casper?
I just want to say thank you, you guys, for all the hard work. 21% increase is really pretty cheap considering that it could have been canceled. I know that the numbers in that situation are more like 50 to 100% increase. So good job on that. Second thing is, with all the work being done in the parish house, every time I'm on
There is a plan to put cameras on the parish house, so I can speak to that, and then, Rich, do you want to handle the flag?
On the flagpole situation, again, we spoke to the city about it, and we can make the move. And I'm gonna bring up kind of a sore subject, but we're waiting to see what the disposition of George Haratunian's will is. I had many, many talks with him about relocating those flagpoles. George always wanted those flagpoles moved to a better spot. And I told him, I said, I'll do it by hook or by crook, and unfortunately, you know, George has passed. Whether or not something comes from that, I will find a way to get it done. It will be done.
Bill, did you have a question, or you all set? Oh, Greg. That's great. Good. Terrific. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, just another quick one. When I was serving with Greg, and he brought this up, I researched it out. It's a limited program. That's the only drawback to it. It's like one of those things, when you want to make a tea time, you start at 1 minute past midnight to make your tea time. The same thing with this. You had to get, it's such a small pool that they allow to have it, and it closes very quickly. So we've got to try and find out when to. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes?
Let's talk about it right now. Yep. So let me just address kind of what the funding situation is gonna be for the parish house renovation, the first portion, and then I'll go from there. So, the first element is that, so as, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. So, as Dervaskin, I'll just kind of set the table first. As Dervaskin had mentioned, the estate of Adrian Toshtin was left to us. So just a little bit of background on what happened with those monies. It was about $3.3 million, huge amount. So as per our some of our policies, 75% of that bequeath went directly to the trust fund. So that's the $2.5 to $3 million bump in principal that the trust fund was able to get. So that's how we went from this 13 million to like $15 million for the trust fund. That left about, my math is not, you know, perfect here, maybe that left about, I think it was like 828 or something, $828,000 that stayed in our cash reserves. So the number that you're looking at on the parish report, that's as of at the end of December. You see our cash reserves was like I think about 190,000. So we have these monies, and to be perfectly frank, these monies, I think the checks cleared like last week. You know, so by the time a lot of this had come into our account. So as a result, we are sitting on the church, not inside the trust fund, but at the parish council's disposal, a very, very significant amount. I want to say, and again, I think we're somewhere about $1.8 million. So that's with the bequeath, that's with, I think it was about $500,000 that's sitting it's in the portfolio of the trust fund, but it's outside the trust fund, it's at our disposal. And then other, monies that we have. So it's a very significant amount. And actually, at the parish council meeting on Tuesday, as per our protection of cash assets policy, we are going to vote on how to protect those assets and allocate those assets in terms of either sending it to the trust fund or putting it into additional insured accounts. So all of that's going to get worked out in the next 2 days or so. But the short term is that we have the funds, in addition to the building fund, too. So that's when I say the $1.9 million that we have. So we have the building fund, we have this pool of money that came to us from this bequeath, and monies that we had already already. So we have to allocate that. What the trust fund agreed to was to fund 1/3 of this project from their portion, the monies that they hold for us. And the way that it works, and just a very quick primer on it, is that the way that they operate is they hold the principal as much as they can. They have what's called restricted funds and non-restricted funds. Restricted funds is if they're holding money for, some things like clergy training, or somebody leaves it for, any of these other types of, specific, scholarships. Yep, scholarships, that's a good one. So all of these funds that sit in the trust fund, that's the principal. So what they try to do is to preserve, like any smart investor, they try to preserve principal as much as they can, and then use the gains to be able to help, fund the parish for our various needs. So as a result of this, we made a presentation about 2 weeks ago to the trust fund, and we laid out to them. I mean, much of what you saw here that John and Richie went through were slides that we used to present to them, and they felt that they expressed to us that they appreciated the work that that the Buildings and Grounds team had done, and they want to contribute from the principal portion to this particular project, and then also what they would like is that going forward, and the list of all of those projects that you saw, that because I mean this is just the beginning, we're just trying to get started here. There's still electrical sub-panels, the Sunday school heating. I mean, all of this stuff needs to get done. So we're going to have to, the parish council will have to present to them quotes, and then they will at some point, agree or not agree, but hopefully agree to, funding at a, reasonable ratio. So we do have cash to be able to get us through the parish house. Beyond that, it's still going to be a matter of, either, the building fund or other reserves that we come into, that we have. So that's going to be up to future parish councils to be able to have that conversation with the trust fund. The good news is the trust fund does, want to work with us, and they are very much willing to, or have expressed a desire to keep this conversation going. I should be precise in what I say.
Self-fund.
Try to self-fund it. So and then the idea is, and again, I don't want to get too much into the details here, because we have an option. The parish council has an option to take funds and ask the trust fund to hold it, just like if somebody made a restricted donation. So we already have $500,000 sitting in the trust fund portfolio at our disposal anytime that we need it. So the more, in the logic goes that the more money that we can, provide to them, the more capital, the more that they can invest, and then the more returns that they can then, theoretically flow back to us. So just so everybody knows, and we'll talk about this when we talk about the budget, that 1/3 of our operating budget comes from the trust fund. So now there's a discussion, since we've quantified it, there's the potential for, future capital projects to be able to flow through. Sorry, Casper.
Again, thank you, you guys. And I'm pretty sure from the bylaws, you don't necessarily need anything from us. I think the parish council can do it on its own. If you'd like the motion as a moral support to say, go get 'em, guys, I leave it up to you, because we're still in session.
What I would say, Casper, is thank you, I appreciate that. So where we stood, where we are right now is, we've done a lot of the due diligence, we've already presented to the trust fund. They've, what I would say, signaled that they would like to help us. And the whole purpose of explaining this in as much detail at this parish assembly is to get as many questions as possible and to have as robust a conversation as possible about these projects, so that the parish council members who are sitting here listening and absorbing, from our, from the parish, what it is that we would do. So if there's I don't think we need a formal motion per se, but if anybody has questions, concerns, comments, please bring it up now, or if you'd like, we can have a further discussion tonight. If you want to call me or anybody, we'd be happy to continue talking about it. There's not a cap, no. It's going to be an ongoing conversation, Kevor. It's going to be an ongoing conversation. Yes. Yes. Oh. No, correct. No.
Right, but it's good there's a separation because we have to.
Yes,
do that.
correct.
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you.
I want to note something. Casper, do you want to make a nomination, a motion to have this assembly work, basically approve with the parish council endorsement of the parish council to work with the trust fund for this capital improvement? Is that what you're saying? That's what I thought. Okay, so, well, they are, but I think it's a good idea to have, this quorum to basically approve what we're doing, so no one questions it 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's a lot, yeah, it's a lot of money, let's face it, it's a lot of money. But I think we have, the right people looking at this, and they've thoroughly vetted it, and I think we should obviously give our approval. So, Casper made the motion, Billy seconded it, everyone approve? We'll do that first. Raise your hand if you approve of the motion, so that's the first thing. I see that's a definite yes, they approve the motion. Okay, so what Casper's motion was, and these are Casper's words, is that the parish assembly would like to, what was your word? Endorse the parish council to move forward with the capital improvements that was said today and work with our trust fund committee for the funding to approve these capital expenditures. No, we don't. Let's just say within 2025. Within 2025. Anybody have a recorder? No. No, I think I'll do it again. Yeah, go ahead. No, no, I'm not. Okay, so, I'll, okay, you wanna do it?
If I could just,
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
yeah, I know,
Remember, these
yeah.
are Casper's words.
Yeah, so, okay. So let me just clarify for everybody where the way that the last conversation I had with Aram and representing the trust fund was that nothing is approved, and there's no, being perfectly frank, there's nothing saying that the trust fund will continue 1/3, do 100%, do 25%, do 50%. It's subject to the need of the particular project, and it's not just for the parish house, it's for all projects going forward. So as parish councils evolve, there needs to be a dialogue to be able to say, here's how much money I have now, because we just happen to be in a position where we have a lot of cash, that we can be able to say, we have it. So we have to manage our cash reserves so that when we continue to, make proposals, that the trust fund would look at the entire proposal and be able to say, we can do this, here's what the contribution would be. So I don't know how to word that into a motion per se, but if we're looking for an endorsement, I would say at this parish assembly, I would say that we are endorsing the parish council to continue to evaluate funding options for the second part of the Part B of the parish house renovations. And then that leaves open the monies that are in reserve after this, after we use up what monies we have, and to be able to go to the trust fund and say, here's what we can do, and here's what the trust fund may or may not contribute. I mean, I don't know if that kind of is clear, but it just says that it's just giving us the endorsement to continue, because it comes down to how much money we have, because if we have the money to do everything, then we would do everything. Or if it's like, hey, I can't do everything, we may have to choose. Maybe we don't do all the add-ons, So, but there needs to be that dialogue and that discussion. But the next step is for the parish council to go through that list of priority B and add-ons and say, here's what we think is the right things that we need to do, and then be able to have the conversation with the trust fund and say, here's what I got, in my reserve funding, and what can we do to make these projects a reality. So, does that make sense,
Yes,
Dean? Yeah, so.
Is that clear to everybody? We all good? So basically, the parish council is getting our approval to work with the trust fund for the funding through 2025. Right. Keep in mind that in order for us to be reinsurable, a lot of this renovation work has to happen. So it's not like we.
And I just one last thing to reiterate John and Richie's point, that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity where the parish house will be empty, and these projects will never be cheaper than they are now. Right? Okay, so if we're gonna do windows, or we're gonna do even if it's fixed floors, it's not gonna be cheaper next year. Huh?
Correct.
Yeah, so, and the opportunity is that we've done it, we have to do this portion, so that's the element of it. And that, again, the parish council will weigh all of that, and make.
Okay, so the motion's been accepted. Now we're gonna vote on the motion. Now we voted on the motion to make it okay. And then Valerie wanted to clarify it, so now we're good. Okay, so let's vote as a group. All in favor of going ahead with this motion, please raise your hand. I think that's pretty much unanimous. Majority, it's a majority. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Casper, thank you for.
Casper, you've had your three saves, now that's it.
Yeah. Any other questions, please feel free to reach out to these guys individually. We want to keep going. Okay, so motion to accept the parish council's report. Billy? Thank you. All seconds, great. Thank you very much. What's that? Yep.
Can I just put one plug in for the TMU? There's a dinner tomorrow night, John Garabedian from 7:40 a.m. We would love to see you. These are not top secret meetings, they're dinner presentations. Everyone is welcome, men, women, kids, older kids, Armenians, non-Armenians, so please feel free. And we have a 1,000 Club dinner coming up in April, which we will start to publicize. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You want to do trust fund? Okay. So, discussion about the trust fund. Do you want to do trust fund now? Okay, okay, let's do the financial report. Okay, oh, you do? Perfect, perfect.
Would you like to go now, Valerie, or?
All right, Barbara, come on up.
Thank you. That was a hard act to follow there. Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Barbara Jacob, and I've been on the Parish Council for 4 years, and I've been the treasurer for the Parish Council for the past year. And I'm here to present the exciting financial and budget reports for the church today. I want to start by reviewing the financial performance for 2024, which is in the annual report that you have in your hands, and then talk about the trends that we see in our financial reports from previous years, which we looked at to put together the 2025 budget, which is also in the report. So, oh, you're already on the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so for 2024, every month we basically look at the budget versus the actuals and how the actual finances compare to the previous year. So I'm just gonna kind of glide through that. For 2024 budget versus actual, as you can see from the report starting on page 29 in your book, if you wanted to glance at it, the actuals for 2024 were very close to the budget. Overall revenue was 98% of the budget, and expenses were 101% of the budget. The shortfalls in income were mainly from sacraments and church events. There was income budgeted for a Valentine's Day dinner and the 100th anniversary celebration, which did not happen during the year. The Valentine's Day dinner is too early in the year and is going to be replaced by quarterly takeout meal fundraisers in 2025. And the 100th anniversary event was held in 2025, but is not expected to post a profit because the tickets were priced to make the event accessible to more parishioners. These shortfalls in income were offset by an increase in Jurekin donations. Expenses were mainly over budget in salaries and benefits and insurance, as you've already heard about insurance. The budget for salaries and benefits did not include the clergy housing stipend for this past year. And again, you heard about the insurance already. So next, I would like to talk about how 2024 compares to 2023 financially. Some of this has already been said, so apologies for that. But for income, our stewardship is up over $7,800 from last year. The hall rental and parking income is up over $17,000 from last year, mainly due to Tulanian Hall rentals. Decreases were seen in plate offerings, which is about 21% decrease, and in lieu of flower donations, which was down about 32%. Expenses, salaries and benefits were pretty level, but they were up slightly due to an increase in health insurance. Again, another increase was in our insurance expense, and the Dajar printing this year doubled from the previous year, so it was up over $3,000. Expenses that decreased, the good news, for 2024 were building and maintenance was down over $19,000, and technology was down almost $5,000. So all in all, the operations of the church ran, I want to say, at an operational loss of $290,000 in 2024. And in 2023, the loss was $327,000. I just want to verify, when you hear about a loss, again, we all know we're not a business, and we are subsidized, again, approximately 1/3 by the trust fund. So when I talk about operating income and operating expenses, I am talking about the operations of the church, and those do not include any of the transfers from the reserve fund or from the trust fund. It's basically how we receive our income and expenses. Okay, next, oh, you're already on the next slide. I'll let you know when the next slide comes, okay? Great, thank you. So I put together some charts to show you the financials in a more visual manner because it's a little bit more interesting. So this slide is an overview of operating income and operating expenses for the past 4 years. The income is in blue and the expenses in orange. The trend here is that the expenses are increasing faster than the income. The difference between income and expenses is mainly funded from the trust fund. I'd like to take a closer look at each of these items, the income and the expense categories. If you could go to the next slide. So here's our income. Operating income is divided into 5 categories. The sacraments are in dark blue, the church events in orange, the stewardship in green, donations in light blue, and other is in purple. So I hope that this kind of gives you a good picture as to where we see things going. The largest income category is the church events in orange. Again, we have amazing church events, the bazaar, the picnic, the golf tournament. They knock it out of the park every year, and I can't thank everybody enough for doing that. But the trend here is the largest decrease you'll see is in the sacraments, talking about baptisms, funerals, weddings, requiem services, and in lieu of flowers. The other trend, the largest increase, is from other, which is specifically from hall rentals and parking income. Since 2022, the income from this category has increased over $50,000, or 30%. Next slide, Lori. Okay, take a look at the expenses. The operating expenses is divided into 4 categories. I hope you can see them. The salaries and benefits is the dark blue. The operating expenses is orange. Building and equipment is green, and other is light blue. Salaries and benefits is the highest category, making up more than 60% of our total operating expenses, and also has had the highest increase over the past 4 years. Operating expenses include insurance, utilities, IT services, and supplies, and that has also been increasing, and I don't think anyone expects those operating expenses to go down. So, we wanted to show you these trends because this is what we looked at to put together the 2025 budget. The 2025 budget and the planning spreadsheet is in the booklet, pages 44 to 47, if you want to take a look. Next slide. So this is the same slide that we had in the beginning with our operating income and expenses, and over to the right there is our 2025 budget. The budget talks were a very collaborative effort between Parish Council, Allison, and Father Voskin. We started in October, and we finished up in the new year. We worked a lot of hours to get to these numbers, but you wouldn't know it just by looking at this, because overall the 2025 budget looks very similar to previous years. But there have been changes made to the allocations of many of the line items due to the trends from the previous year's data. And we've incorporated the initiatives that you heard about today, mainly QGIV and the maintenance of buildings and grounds, into the 2025 budget. Okay, next slide, Lori. Okay, so the changing trends. Sorry. So just to review what we've already kind of talked about, The changing trends in sacraments. Some things are just moving away from actually being held on the church property. The church events and fundraisers are our most important source of income, but we can't expect them to grow exponentially over the next few years. They're a phenomenal community event, and they're also bringing, again, most of our income. Stewardship is relatively predictable. We are hoping there may be a bump in that with our QGIV implementation this year. Again, donations were very difficult to predict, and the hall rentals, which have been amazing over the past couple years, as we saw from the graph, again, those have kind of peaked. We don't have enough dates on the calendar, I guess, to bring in more income from that for right now. So, and again, Hadut has worked very, very hard to be at all these events and to clean up after all the events. So we are extremely lucky that we have that income coming in. The next. Okay, so for expenses for 2025, salaries and benefits is leveled off, and that will be reduced in 2025. Operating expenses, we are expecting to continue to rise. And the buildings and grounds did have a very good year this year. Again, they were under budget and much less than the previous years. But we do have to consider things come up all the time, and we do have, reserve funding for that so that we can take care of the facilities that we have here. Okay, next slide. Isn't there one more? How about this one? The commentary?
Oh, for the 20, is there another, some other slides? That's it?
That's it for the slides? Okay.
That's it for the slides.
Okay. Okay, so just a few words about the 2025 budget.
Can you go to that?
Yeah, that's the one, thank you. So the trust fund for 2025 is contributing 33% of our operating budget. We do have a change in salaries and benefits is moving to be closer to 57% rather than 60% of our operating expenses. Again, a lot of this is repetitive, but stewardship, we're hoping to get some projected growth in that. Modest growth from our church events and hall rentals, and hopefully, the parish house renovation is going to change a lot of things. We may notice slightly less repairs and maintenance because we're renovating the whole property. We may notice a little bit of, changing utilities, but not necessarily anything that we can make major adjustments for. So, that's mainly it. That's our actuals and our budget. I know it's exciting, but does anybody have, or do you have anything to add, Aaron?
Just one thing I'd like to just point out about the buildings and grounds budget. So what we did is we embedded, like, if you go back to John and Richie's presentation about like all of the maintenance projects and the contingency funding, a portion of the line item for buildings and grounds has all of those costs embedded into it. So there's an actual, there's a plan in place for spending those dollars in terms of what the buildings and grounds are put together into that budget. And then there are what we call, I think we call it contingency funding in the operational budget. So a portion of the budget for any, I think it's like we defined it as anything under $2,500, like if it's a small kind of repair that needs to happen, that money is in the operational budget so that Allison's able to go and just get it fixed without having to get any kind of like approval or anything like that. Again, trying to streamline the process. And then anything above $2,500 that we say is like a small to medium-sized project, maybe a bigger repair on the roof, or like last year we had to spend some money to buy new freezers and refrigerators. That would then have to get to the parish council, and then would have to come from reserve funding. So it's a little bit different. We're just trying to put anything that we think is predictable into the operational budget. Anything that's like wildly unpredictable, that would come from reserve funding. Again, it's just so that we can plan better our costs, and we can budget better. So, and then also the church halls, and again, you know, Allison does a phenomenal job renting out our facilities, and also all of our events that we do, everything from our biggest moneymaker, the bazaar, to everything in between. What happens is, and something that we've learned, especially since we started looking at our calendar more deeply, is that there are times that there's only certain times, certain weeks in the year that we can plan things. We can plan an event, a fundraiser, plan hall rentals. So what we're getting close to is where there's, I don't want to say a complete saturation point, but there's not a lot of room to be able to, do more events and do more fundraisers, because it's hard to schedule all of that. It really is. So we've only got a certain amount of resources to be able to do those things. So.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I have a question there about the investment fund, but on this particular budget for 2025, you're decreasing the budget by 1.8%. And I was going through looking at the numbers, a big cut, almost 10% in salaries. But why is it, when all costs are going up, why is the budget going down?
Good question. Yeah. So.
Do you want to address that?
I'll
or you want me to?
talk about it. So. Okay, sure. So the way that we planned the budget this year was the way that we looked at the funds that are available to us. And when Barbara said that we spent a lot of time, we took a really long time to look at what our operating income was going to be. That was the first thing that we did. So that's stewardship, that's hall rentals, that's fundraisers, all of those different income streams that we have. And we knew that we had, a kind of rule of thumb, or an understanding with the trust fund, was that they would contribute 33% of the operating budget. So the way that we looked at it is, for every $2 that we raised in operating income, we could count on $1 from the trust fund. So that's what guided our planning process. So when we went through the process, we actually, we spent, I would say, probably just on the income side, almost a month really thinking through how much money are we going to raise. And that's without transfers from reserve funds or things like that. We wanted to make sure that it was truly an operating amount that we had. So that was how we got to our projection of our income. And then we had to work through all of the expense categories that we had. And I won't say that it was just one for one, but we had to look at where things were rising and where things could possibly be cut back. And it's one of these difficult discussions, but we had to work with the office to be able to come up with a personnel plan for 2025 that was going to be able to, reach some of that. And some of it is Q-Give, right? We're going to have some operational efficiencies. We have a retirement from last year, so it was just a matter of that. Yeah, please.
I'm relatively new to the church, and so I don't know a lot of this. There's a history behind it. From what I understand, there must be some rationale in the trust fund only giving a third,
Val, can I just, just 2 points, Ara, thank you. Thank you, though, that's all very valid points. Just some points about the trust fund contribution I should clarify for everybody here. That 285 number is it's a true 285, and what I mean by that is in prior years, there was a percentage, I think about 3 or 4% of those numbers were actually what was called restricted funds. So one of the things, and restricted funds were funds that came from the trust fund, or the disbursements that came from the trust fund came into the operational budget and then left the operational budget. Like I think it was like about $15,000 to $17,000. That's money for scholarships and for other types of restricted monies. So one of the things that we did was we cleared that up with the trust fund, and so the $285,000 that comes from the trust fund is actually going to the operational budget because some of those monies had to be taken off the budget. So that number is a little bit skewed for some of the past numbers. That's just the first point. And then the second point is, and again, it's a good conversation to have, but it's also in light of two major events happened. One is that the trust fund did get, and again, I'm not taking a side or anything, that's not my point, but we did get a large bequeath that went to the trust fund. And then the second thing is that we've got these capital projects that need to get funded too, which will come, or parts of it will come from the trust fund, or the conversation is that we will have that. So, but I'm sorry, Valerie, if you wanted to say something on behalf of the trust fund. Greg? Oh,
I got 2 points.
Yeah, please.
Did the budget include, obviously, you calculated 33%. Did you calculate it to 33% based on this new?
Yes.
It is. So it's
Correct.
based on the new amount that's in the trust fund?
Correct. So if you look at the budget, there are no transfers at below the line.
Okay.
So, because we had to do that on prior budgets because a certain percentage would go to scholarships and whatever. So what we attempted on this particular budget was to make it as clear, or clean as possible.
Okay.
I don't
But
know.
it does include the added funds that just came into the trust fund?
No, that's, yeah.
Yeah, those funds just came in the past couple of weeks, and the 33% is based off of the operating income and what we need to match the expenses to the income. It's not necessarily 33% of the trust fund.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. But I think our Bleakin's point is very valid when it comes to the trust fund has grown substantially over the last few years, and it may come a time where we might have to reevaluate how much money the trust fund does give back to the church, and it might have to increase that 33%. So I think that's a valid thing that the trust fund committee should be looking at is, that amount may need to increase. And obviously, I think with the funds that are been generated, it's possible. It's very viable and possible.
Just a quick point, during my term, my conversations with them in the trust fund, I'll call it a directive, that ideally, the figure the trust fund left is 32%. That was the number given to us, and you guys are pretty much spot on with 33. Just to put that in, but that's something from the trust fund, it's not a number that we just, okay, 1/3 goes here. That's the directive from the trust fund president, unless it's changed in the past year or two.
It's about right. It's about right.
Just if I could add one more thing, and this is gonna be for future parish councils and future parish assemblies to decide. There's, I'm not sure, we have Shahe Hall, which is a work in progress. And I think one of the things that we need to think about as a parish is, are there ways to use the assets that we are so lucky to have, like Shahe Hall, to be able to renovate those and possibly turn those into income-producing, assets. Things can be rented out. We talked about using Red Hiding Night, or Allison would have said there was a catering company that might want to use the kitchen, so that could turn into an income-producing opportunity. So as we look around, I mean, there's obviously, there's fundraisers and there's all these things that we do out of muscle memory. Is what I would say, getting. Sorry. So there's all these things that we do that are, that we're really good at as an Armenian church, but are there opportunities for us to, take a look at some of our assets and, and what would the opportunity look like if we quantified the renovation of Shahe Hall at some point and said if we put, I don't know what it is, let's say $1 million, then could we turn that into something that would be a recurring income stream for the church, and that would help fund operations as well. So that's a very complicated question, and it's not something that could be solved here, but it is something. I'm sorry. Yes.
No. No.
Sure about that, yeah. They have caps.
Absolutely. Sure. Okay, great point. Great point. Thank you. So,
ARP?
yeah, sorry. Oh, sure. Okay. All right. By all means, please. Please, it's that.
Yes, please.
We do, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Motion to approve the 2025 budget. Second, Paul, thank you. All in favor? Yes? Thank you. Motion approved. Okay, trust fund. Val, you want to come up or you want to mount the mic?
Okay, for those of us who are left. Yikes. Well, you know, let me just start by saying, I think this is a really good conversation we're having, and I think Bruce, who's a fellow trustee on the trust fund, would agree with me to say that I'm glad we're talking about the trust fund. It's important that everybody knows how important it is to our church. 50 years ago, a few people, including my father, started this trust fund with $14,000. Think about that. And now it has a value before the bequeath of $12.5 million. That's pretty incredible. I don't think they ever thought that we would have a budget as big as we have now. Back in 1975, probably didn't cost nearly as much to run this place then. But we also had a much broader donor base. And so when we talk about using this trust fund, the 5 of us who are the executives on this committee take that very seriously. Because that money took a long time to get to $12.5 million. And we feel it's our responsibility to steward that money for the next 50 years and whoever comes after us. So I just wanted to say that because I think it's important. And I think if, it's important for us to consider continuing to donate to the trust fund. So just say that. We started the year 2024 with assets that had a book value of $8,309,573.23, had a market value of $10,678,26.06, sorry. And in 2024, the fund received gifts of $603,208.09. We earned $253,561.32 from interest and dividends. There was just one new trust fund established in 2024. $285,000 will be distributed to the church during 2025, and this will account for 33% of the proposed budget, as we've discussed. That compares to $290,000 we gave the church in 2024. The trust fund had a realized capital gain during 2024 of $281,569.24 and an unrealized gain of $3,297,563.88, ending the year with book value of $9,157,911.88 and a market value of $12,455,475.52. Our asset allocation as of December 31st was 67% equities, which is made up of mutual funds, 8% real estate and alternative investments, 20.5% fixed income, which is made up of preferred stocks, corporate bonds, and bond funds, and 4.5% in cash equivalents, money market funds, and CDs. Since the inception of the trust fund in 1975, we've received $7,736,571.12 in gifts, earned $8,393,178.10 in dividends, interest, and capital gains, and distributed close to $7 million to the church. We have 280 individual funds in our trust fund. We've continued to make changes in our investments during 2024. We invested new cash from gifts into CDs and bond funds, which are listed on the trust fund report in your book. We've made a conscious effort over the past few years to increase our equity allocation with the goal of getting to a 70 to 75% allocation and are currently below that target. We have a more diversified portfolio of equity, bond, and specialty funds while adding minimal risk. Our portfolio of alternative investments and mutual funds includes large cap, mid cap, small cap equity funds, international equity funds, 2 real estate funds, and bond funds. We pay a management fee to Merrill Lynch of approximately 0.65%. We paid them $68,177.02 in 2024. Aram prepared this report. I summarized a few things because we've talked about so much today. But if anybody has any questions, you can email Aram, or we can talk about it now, but I'm sure everybody's ready to go home. But is everybody okay? Good. Thank you.
Motion to accept. Bill? Second. Thank you. There's plenty. Thank you very much. All approved? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, anybody want, obviously it's almost 4:30. Anyone have any auxiliary report discussions they want to bring up? Now's the time, otherwise we can keep moving. Sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing. Of course, there's, I think somebody said it, there's no, Bruce said it, there's no us and them. This is one church, and the trust fund is there just to be sort of a, you know, a guiding light. I don't know how to say it. But of course we're gonna work with the parish council. This parish council, the next parish council, we want nothing but the best for the church. We want to take care of our buildings and grounds. So please don't have anybody walk away today thinking, oh, the trust fund is this or that. We want to work with the parish council and beautify our parish and get back to the ministry that you talked about is our primary concern here. So thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you for all the members of the trust fund, by the way. Any new business? Anyone want to bring up new business? Casper had his hand up first, Bill. I know.
Okay, we got it, Casper, thank you, and I agree with that. As of right now, there's no agenda in my hand. It has not been sent out from the diocese. Your guess is as good as mine. It's in a draft form. I did get a draft of the clergy conference. That's not to be discussed here. Parish assembly, delegates, we can do that when we get information. We have no proposals given to us at this point. We have no agenda at this point. If we get that sooner than later, you want to have a coffee hour discussion, or at least know what's up, I'm open. I'm very open to that. Right now, there is nothing to tell you. There's nothing in our hands given to us from above. Greg, you want to continue that?
gotta go through two. Karen Martin, you have a question? Oh, very good. Very good. Good, very good. I just want to say, what will normally take place is when the agenda is received, Dead High will meet with our delegates and discuss the agenda before they go to the assembly. Right, by the bylaws. But that's great, Karen. Thanks for mentioning that. I think we all should try and attend. That'd be a great honor for obviously, for Jimmy. Okay. I think we have our results of our elections today. Before, you want to end with prayer? Okay. All right, so let's end with Dead High's prayer. Oh, one more question? Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So Kevor, that's a really great thing.
Very good.
Just last night, Kevor, we were at Yereski and I were at a visitation, and we talked about a reunion to address that very point. And I think that'll go a long way. So we'll see. You have to ask the chairman.
Is it short? Okay, let's go, short.
Last year, when I was on the diocesan council, I brought up the notion of having each parish bring a young adult who would serve. Last year, Stephen Belichka came, and he remarked to me how much he enjoyed it. I think we all get lost, no offense, Casper, with Robert's rules, but they enjoyed it. And this year, I told Dead Hydrant, Holy Trinity is bringing two people. We've got Stephen, and I think that we should have a woman in it, and I've asked Lori Dory to do it, and she has agreed.
Good. I think it's a great idea. Great idea. Okay. Motion to close me? Yeah. So motion to adjourn the meeting? A motion to adjourn. Thank you. Second, third. We're going to do that at the very end.
We do the election results after the closing
Yep.
prayer.
All right. Meeting's closed and then the prayer.
And I said earlier today that when Linda Abkarian walks back into our hall, we should all give her a round of applause for all the dedicated years, for all the years she served us and continues now voluntarily serving us. And we will have something more formal down the line, but I just think in front of this assembly we should applaud you. Let us say the Haid together. Ortnyal der Mer Jesus Christos, amen. Haid Mer, vor hergines yes, sur bieget siarunko. Եղես է արքայություն քո, եղեցին գամ քո, որպես հերգինես եւ հեգրի, ըսած մեր հանաբազոր դուր մեզ այսօր, եւ թող մեզ զբարդիս մեր, որպես եւ մենք թողոք մերոս բարդաբանած, եւ մի դանիրս մեզի փորձություն, այլ պրգյազ մեզի չարե, զիքոյ արքայություն եւ զորություն եւ փառք հավիդյանս. Amen. Now you can present the results.
And the results for today's meeting. Go ahead, Lori. Okay, so in blue are the parish council members, the new parish council members. The alternate is Stephen Hovnanian. Yeah, I one comment I want to make. So, Deadeye, you will be talking to Armin, obviously, the next few weeks. Just want to congratulate all today's nominees and people that put their names in to be voted. We really appreciate it, and all the committee members today, I really thank you. Thank you very much.
good job.